Hello everyone, welcome back into another episode of Last Protagonist Plays Path of Exile 2. I hope you guys are doing well as always. On yesterday's stream, I was playing more of the Titan that's using his Scattering Calamity. Made a lot of endgame progress, completed the rest of the Divinity Atlas stuff, so we just have to clear out a couple extra maps and do some of the League mechanics such as the Ritual and Temple, and I need to finish Delirium. And today, I didn't really do anything in the endgame. I went back and was just kind of testing out a bunch of skill interactions on my Martial Artist. GGG did fix the bugs that I was running into the other night on stream, which is very nice. So I've just kind of been playing around with all of the ward stuff that I could, because we're still stacking ward, even though I don't think it's going to be that good, because I don't think we can stack it much higher than I already have. So just wanting to see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to regardless. So we'll be checking some things out. So my inventory is a mess because I have been doing all of that in terms of testing out some of these interactions. There's actually a lot more than I was expecting. There are more skills than I knew about, and some of the cool ones that I've discovered so far are Rain of Blades. It gives me a buff which will make projectiles that I fire at enemies produce even more projectiles that'll rain down from the sky, kind of like Siege Cascade. And we can do cool stuff with them, such as consuming armor or other elements and pinning them, and even just dealing a bit of extra damage. So I was playing around with that. So what do I even have on? About to die? Not really. So those are the projectiles coming down from the sky. Ow. What are you doing, boy? And then the other thing that I've been screwing around with are these remnants that we can pick up after killing enemies and whatnot, and using explosive transmutation to create explosions whenever we pick up these remnants. This is probably going to be terrible for the endgame because I don't really think they deal much damage at all, but you can get different types of explosions and whatnot. So there might be some kind of cool effects that we can stack on top of this. Maybe knocking some things around into pillars and stuff. I was playing around with Grim Pillars, which actually seems really, really cool. And I don't know the way to maximize this just yet. I think Palstron said he was doing something with pillars. Or, these are the pillars. With totems to, like, maybe cast them repeatedly. Which sounds like it could be pretty damn cool. It costs ward, but I have enough ward that I regenerate it so quickly that it doesn't really matter. And if I ever pick up a remnant from killing something, I get it back pretty much immediately. So it's interesting the way that these are placed. We do have a support gem that we can place into them, so we could put them wherever we want. Where is it? I don't have it on right now. Oh, yeah, I wanted to see what it looked like with concentrated area. Did I take it off? Might be a astral projection, so we could start casting it in a more concentrated location. Seems like it could be decent with a lot of investment, I suppose. But yeah, if totems are using this would be good. But because this is a spell, it doesn't have some of the interactions that I was hoping, but these are technically ice crystals, so we could use something like fragmentation rounds to just destroy them all and deal a bit of extra explosive damage. So there's just been a lot of these kind of small interactions that I think could all have a lot of potential that I've just been playing around with. But how's it going without horns? Transmuting explosives? We doing chemistry today? Something like that. We gotta cook without horns. We gotta cook. What are you doing, my boy? He's like laying on top of my foot. Another cool thing is using Blasphemy and Repulsion, which also is nice because when we get an enemy in our presence, they get this mark, and if we shoot them, then we cause explosions. Like those. Those are what we saw earlier. I don't think I have the remnants on. Okay, so let's turn this one on. I was messing around with high velocity rounds. Where is it? Runic Infusion. No. So basically, all of today with me playing, I was just like, what does this do? What does this do? Oh, what's this button do? And I've made no progress as a result. Remnants of Kalgur. So this is how we get some runic award fragments, which will overflow our awards. So we'd essentially go to like 3,000, I think, if we stack enough. And then we should start exploding things. I have runic extraction to potentially make a Verisium infusion remnant on kill, which is probably bad for this skill in particular. But this gives me a latent 25% chance, which could be boosted to 30 with some extra quality. So 65% chance to make a remnant is pretty decent. So those are the remnants right there, the blue thingies. They explode. I figured out that you could put spell cascade on the transmutation explosives, which is kind of goofy. Like the fact that the ward skills work like both spells and skills or attacks sometimes is very strange and is led to some weird yet cool interactions. So there's two things that I want to test in the very near future here. We have this other skill called Animus Splinters. You spend some ward to cast a short-lived copy of yourself that uses a socketed skill once, then vanishes. The skill's cost is equal to the total cost of the skills. They cannot copy, perform, channel, remote, cooldown, conditional skills, or summon minions. Which, that sounds like a lot of downsides, but I was wondering, could I put Mana Tempest in this and then just essentially get a free Mana Tempest? I doubt it, but I'm not level 13 yet. No, I'm not. I'm too dumb. Okay. So I need level 12 skill gems, which I have a couple. Because I tried... Oh yeah, I tried another runic ward skill, which will sacrifice your ward to give your allies ward. I was like, okay, if I have somebody else technically cast it, could I get their ward? Because they're technically a party member of mine and I'd be their ally. It didn't work that way because I think the copy of myself doesn't have ward of its own. So... if I can cast Mana Remnants, or not Mana Remnants, Mana Tempest, without actually having to cast anything, that'd be amazing. Probably won't even go on the skill. Karsus. Because technically... this doesn't fit the category of channeled, remote, cooldown, or conditional skills as far as I know. There's something else in the ward stuff that talked about empowering. This is like the worst search function. Yeah, I tried Hollow Shell, but it did not work with Animus Splinters. So there has to be some interaction with this skill that isn't garbage, but I don't know what that interaction would be. It seems like the point is to increase the cost of something to make it better. Maybe it's purely for something like Archmage, but Archmage doesn't scale with ward, so I'm confused. And my only other guess would be trying to get extra glory for Skyfall. But I don't know. Some other stuff that I was thinking of is sacrificing minions and then reanimating them directly with, whatever you call that one skill. Animus Exchange, sacrifice your life. Nope, not that one. This one's really good though. Something. We'll figure it out. I've been messing around with so much. Eternal March. Spends ward to revive minions with total maximum life equal to 20 times the runic ward spent. So I could essentially do a 20,000 HP, well, more like 19,000, 18,000 HP minion. I don't know how high the HP of the boss minions are, or even some of these companions, but we might be able to do some sacrifice shenanigans to constantly explode hordes of our undead minions, but I have not made it that far in this kind of testing. I did do a bit of Frost Flame Nova. I tried to have that go with Infernal Legion with minions, because I knew that was a guaranteed ignite. It was pretty terrible because I'm assuming my Infernal Legion's damage did nothing, because the skills that I was using it on had minions that had like 1,000 HP, so it's like worthless. But there's probably some very cool ignite shenanigans that I just haven't gotten around to testing. Like there's just so much potential in all of this. Triskelion Cascade is pretty cool. I'm assuming we might want to use this as something like Comet. So anyway, the whole Animus Splinters, I don't know what I would want to cast with this over something else, because it has a cooldown of 8 seconds. I think there was one spell, there's like one lightning spell that actually has a longer cooldown, but this skill shouldn't work with cooldown skills. But I was able to use one of the bombs, Frost Bomb or Lightning Orb, that has a cooldown with the spell. So I don't know what's going on. I just work here. I tried Lightning Warp, that did not work, but that's kind of what I figured. I need 13, and I'm too dumb for that. I need better gear. Oh yeah, I have Winter. I'd be curious if that could work. I have Winter would be the one that I'd be most curious about, because you could essentially get a lower cooldown, I guess. But I've never really messed with Eye of Winter in this game, so I don't know if it's good or not. Should look at occult spells. The bad thing about offerings is they pretty much have to go on skeletons. I think there's something where you could have an offering target yourself, but that might have been an ascendancy point somewhere. Detonate Dead won't work. That's a channeling spell.
Enemies hit by Bone Cage will be pinned.
Nah, it won't matter. Even Walking Calamity doesn't have... what do you call it? A cooldown. There's no way it could use Walking Calamity, could it? Oh, it's conditional, so probably not, but I don't know. And like the weird thing is, even Pounce has a cooldown, and what's the other wolf skill that's really good? Cross Slash has a cooldown, so technically it shouldn't work, but it might still. I haven't done any testing with talismans. My inventory's a mess. Let's try to clean it up a little bit. Don't need Calm's Madness anymore. I was using that Spirit Gem just to see if I could get some things in there. And I'll need to take off a crossbow. Might leave that on.
Stormblast bolts stick into the ground. They can be detonated to create lightning explosions. Use a detonating skill like Explosive Grenade to set them off. Stormblast
I wonder if we could
bolts
transform a skill into being a detonator. That'd be way too strong, I think. Oh yeah, Hailstorm Rounds is something I was curious about.
Accumulate over time, even when they aren't low.
But I think Siege Cascade didn't work. Or maybe it does. I just put it away, didn't I? This is the problem. I'm just like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. That one doesn't work. Flicker Strike. I tried Flicker Strike. It seems to kind of work, but I was wondering if I could heat my power charges and have the copy do the skill with as though it were me, but it doesn't, which is more or less what I expected. Just wanted to test it though. Not doing as many ice thingies. I'll keep this one on for now. Put that one away. Deidre. I want to test the curse that I have. This is the only one I own. Holy crap. Alright, well, I just need a talisman of sorts. Really thought I had a Heisig's Claw. Apparently I don't. Can't imagine this will work. Wish I could disenchant gems to retry them. What's Fury of the Mountain do?
Fury of the Mountain.
That's the
pounds
stomping
the ground
thing.
as long as the skill is held, creating molten fissures and building rage. Rampage charges forward in a fury. Rampage charges forward.
Bear.
Fury of the Mountain. Ferocious roar generates a huge burst of rage and causes your next few
Then you
attacks.
could use a different war kind. Okay, let's...
Lunar Blessing turns you into a fearsome Arctic wolf, granting a large amount of extra cold damage to your skills and firing moonbeams at enemies hit by your attacks. The buff lasts longer the more rage you have.
So it should work with cooldown skills. Who knows? Let me look at my stash just to show off the cooldown skill that it does work with. There's Frost Bomb. Yeah. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I'm tripping. It does not work with Frost Bomb. Maybe I was just using a Frost Bomb for the infusions. And I must have put the Orb of Storms in this one. Okay. So that helps me not lose my mind as much. Trigger fire duration conditional. So this should not work. This... I don't know if this counts as remote. Flame Breath will certainly not work.
Lunar Blessing turns you into a fearsome Arctic wolf. Rampage. Cross Slash. Arctic Howl can cause nearby enemies to freeze
There's no real
in
reason
terror.
to do this.
Wing Blast buff its enemies, knocking them back as you propel yourself to a safety. Volcano creates an eruption at the target location. Holding down the skill makes the eruption more powerful. The volcano remains for a few seconds, and hitting it with a slap.
Anyway.
Magnetic Salvo targets every lightning rod stuck into enemies or terrain from your other skills, and fires a lobbed shot at each of them.
Spell volley, not gonna worry about.
Toxic Domain infects the ground around you with malignant power. While you stand in this area, you regenerate life, and your bow attacks cause poisonous pustules to sprout from enemies, but your skills will be more expensive. Tornado Shot whips up a tornado where it lands, damaging and slowing enemies. Projectiles you shoot into the tornado are split up and spat out.
Curious how that functions with everything.
Tornado Shot
This is
whips up a
technically
tornado where it... Tornado
a
Shot.
projectile skill. I'll need to use bow stuff at some point.
Shock Chain Arrow will hone in on shocked enemies. Upon hitting one, A shockwave will be released, and a lightning beam will chain to another target. This chain can continue as long as there are more shocked monsters to target. Shock chain.
So needing to shock enemies first for shock chain. That'll be the difficult point.
Gas arrow leaves a toxic cloud that poisons enemies. The cloud is flammable. Any igniting effect or detonating skill, such as detonating arrow, will cause a fiery explosion.
Wonder if that'll interact with the gate thing that I've been testing around Voltaic Barricade.
Use electrocuting arrow to lodge a lightning rod into an
I know what
enemy.
most of these skills do,
Hitting
but
this
there's always
enemy
the
with enough
chance that there's
lightning
something that I could be
damage will
overlooking
electrocute
about it
them.
or forgetting.
Ice-tipped arrows cause your bow attacks to create ice fragments on hit for a few seconds. These fragments explode after a short delay. Ice-tipped arrows
The ice
cause
fragments
your
could
bow
be
attacks
good.
to create ice fragments on hit for a few seconds.
Hey, Malaser, welcome back in, sir. How are you doing?
Toxic growth fires a volley of poisonous pustules that explode after a delay. If you strike the pustules with other poisoning attacks, the explosions will be faster and more violent. A short time after a Stormcaller arrow hits a target, a bolt of lightning strikes the enemy with a high chance to shock. A short time after a Stormcaller arrow hits a target,
I wonder if that
a bolt of lightning
hits
strikes
twice,
the enemy with a
technically.
high chance. Hold down the button for Snipe to charge up a powerful arrow. If you release at exactly the right moment, the arrow will explode on impact. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles. Using the skill, fires all stored missiles at once. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates.
I should definitely try with Hailstorm
Freezing
bolts
Salvo
just to
passively
see if they
accumulates icy
stock up for the seals.
Vine arrow slows nearby enemies with
Need to eat
poisonous
something and
vines.
clean some offices. You don't
Using
feel like
other
doing it though.
poison skills on the
Understandable.
vine will transfer the poison damage to all enemies.
Nothing
held by
sound appetizing, or is that not
Vine
the part that
arrow
doesn't sound good?
slows nearby enemies with poison. Poison burst arrow explodes to cover enemies in poison. Lightning rods stick into the ground after impact. Any chaining lightning skill, such as lightning arrow chains lightning to multiple nearby targets. Lightning damage has a chance to shock enemies. Shocked enemies take more damage. Lightning arrow chains lightning to...
Lightning arrow might be the way to go. With that, at least. Twister, I think, would be the sure winner here.
Stormlance sticks into the ground, periodically zapping enemies with lightning. It's
This is
an
technically a projectile. I need to try
Stormlance.
Stormlance. And I don't think I'm going to do the Talisman stuff just yet, after all. Don't think I have one. The issue is a lot of the spear stuff needs frenzy chargers to be better. Take off Grim Pillars for now. Damn it, my whole point was originally to test Animus Splinters. I got distracted. Meow, nothing sounds appetizing. Just got to get it done before Monday so you can put it off today. It means you'll have to do it tomorrow, though. You need to have a go-to meal that if there's nothing you want to eat, you just kind of force yourself to eat. Even if it's something as simple as peanut butter and jelly. What was I just thinking? The storm bolts. Storm lance. So this should work. Let's see how this looks in action first.
Back to the deck.
Okay, that shocks kind of frequently. Hard time to use the extra skill on it. Oh, okay, so it kind of hits multiple times. That might have potential. Alright, let's do with the frenzy charges again. Got my charges. So it just hits more frequently. But it only expended one charge? That's good to know. So we can get these back frequently. What if it expanded its area of effect? That might be good for an Abyssal Lich. I don't think that the skill is very good to begin with, but... Need a pack of monsters. Did it just electrocute that with this? It did. Yeah, so that does kind of add potential. Especially when I start adding in the other things, like the armor breaking stuff on top.
Whirling Slash hits enemies and creates a whirlwind that blinds and slows enemies inside it. Spear of Solaris requires glory accumulated from stunning enemies. At maximum glory, use the skill to invoke the power of the sun god herself and call down a great pillar of fire.
Don't know how frequently that hits. I know Spear of Solaris
Spear
is
of
very
Solaris
underwhelming when I tried it last
glory.
patch.
Explosive spears stick into the ground where they land, then explode after a short delay. If you have a frenzy charge from a skill like Disengage, you'll consume it to throw a spear that explodes immediately and creates ignited ground. Twister conjures a small tornado that travels forward, damaging and blinding enemies. Stormlance stick. Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear that leaves a
I
trail
feel like
of ice
Glacial
behind,
Lance could be fun.
chilling enemies in its wake. If it consumes a frenzy charge, the ice soon bursts, dealing extra damage. Glacial Lance hurls a piercing spear.
Hey Rex, how's it going,
that leaves
brother?
a trail of ice behind it, chilling enemies in its way.
How has your
If it
league start been
consumes a frenzy
going?
charge, the ice
I've been
soon
playing
bursts,
around with some of the ward
dealing
stuff.
extra
I
damage.
did
Glacial
enjoy
Lance hurls a
the
piercing
blasphemy
spear that
repulsion
leaves a
stuff. That is
trail
pretty
of
cool.
ice.
There's just so much to do in this patch with the content. It's kind of hard to focus in on what I want to do, honestly. By chance, have you been playing around with some of this ward stuff yourself? I'm curious if you have any idea of how you could make Animus Splinter decent. A little, but not all that much. Refutation that's the one that's for parry, isn't it? I think that one can be pretty good. All right, so let's do the fragments of the past. This is the volcano thing. It technically does projectiles, right? Block and parry basically makes you invulnerable while active. It seems like it'd be extremely good for a Thorns build. It seems like there's a lot of synergies between the ward things and Thorns. So... those explode. That's fine. No, that's just because of my thing. So that is making projectiles rain. Good to know.
Back to the depths.
It's a little bit too slow. There might be a way to make them go faster. I was curious if the bear stomps would interact with this. That's what I should try. One cool interaction is that the spells that cost ward can be cast by totems for free. Yeah, I mean, you could use even Archmage with totems for free, right? I know Palsteron was really looking into that before the league launched. With the Ancestral Bond changes as well. But I have not really been looking at anybody's stuff since the league started. Use it as an old crap button. I was thinking that the whole Blasphemy plus Repulsion setup would probably be pretty good with Wind Ward. When you have knockback on both. Because then if something gets close to you and it hits you, the Wind Ward will knock it back a little bit. Then this should proc to knock them back even further. It'd be a really good anti-melee thing. But I don't know if people want to spend that much. Well, I guess melee characters would be fine with it. So I think I want to try something like Tornado or Tornado Shot. Yeah, so Rex, if you missed it, Animus Splinters makes a copy of you, and you can use another skill once, which sounds like it could be good, but I don't understand how it's supposed to work, because you can't use a lot of the skills that I think would be better with it, such as Skyfall, because this has a cooldown on it. If this didn't have a cooldown, it'd be interesting. I can't use something like Mana Tempest either. My original thought was to have the skill that will allow you to sacrifice a ward to give guard to your allies. I thought this could count as the ally and it would give me ward, but it didn't work. Yeah, I really think sacrifice shenanigans might have some legs eventually. Triskelion Cascade is pretty cool as well. That does stack with Explosive Transmutation. which is really weird. I don't know how long Triskelion Cascade lasts. It's weird. Schools are just... Oh yeah, it won't work with the gate thing, I don't think. Rain of Blades is cool. It needs to be an actual projectile. We always have Spear Throw if I need. Oh yeah, I wanted to test this out. So that way I don't waste a gem on Hailstorm Bolts. That's what it was. Okay. It's on 0.
I cannot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work with attacks properly. Or at least not crossbows. So this might just be a bug. Because my ghost just popped in and popped out. It's like, nope, I'm patches.
Not yet.
But I've gotten him to use other skills. Or at least spells. Let's see if it's a crossbow thing. So I can use Orb of Storms with that. That's okay. Where is it? Literally just took it off, didn't I? I got it to use Flicker Strike, kind of. There we are. Okay, why is it not working? Oh, duh. Go switch weapons. Well.
I'm unable.
Okay, it did work. Because that was my clone. Wait, is he just chilling here? He does do it once. That's kind of funny.
I take you. The mighty fall.
Anyway. The CD really kills it. You can maybe do some cool stuff, but it seems like the best you can hope for is buffs or Nova damage for a boss or something. Yeah, I don't know what I would put on it because of that CD. And you can't do anything with minion stuff to do weird things like that. Hey, Chadwick, how's it going? Nice to see you again. I was thinking of potentially using something like Zarok's Revolt with Comet in it, because if you're going to add a cooldown to Comet anyway, you may as well use something like this. Or maybe something with Nova Projectiles too. But I don't even know what I would want to cast. I was thinking something like Plasma Bolt, but it says it can't use any channeling skill. And then I don't even know what I would want to do that for. Actually, let's go get another support. Nova Proj 2 on the Goofy Volcano might be very interesting. I don't think so. Am I out of supports? That's so lame. I've been testing too many things. Let's put this back. This one's cool. I might do some more Glacial Bolt shenanigans later. Mana Tempest did not work the way I wanted. Siege Cascade did not work. Damn it, now I'm gonna have to try actual bows and arrows eventually. You have some extras if I need? Oh yeah, sure, if you don't mind, but I could just buy them. It's just more like the inconvenience of it all. Appreciate it. Unless they're stupidly expensive for some reason, but they shouldn't be. Like 2 a pop? That's annoying. I'll get like 5. Why did it just say 73? Can't do math. Hey, without horns, welcome back in. Wait, no, you're here way earlier. My fault. But nice to see you again anyway. What am I doing? I'm going to go ahead and hydrate here real quick. Nova. Supported skills fire 6 additional projectiles in a circle. They'll deal a lot less damage, and then they get a terrible cooldown. This is probably not worth it. But if the goal is to proc other things, it might actually have a use. I don't think I need the Animus guy here. Could probably put Hollow Shell away. Could probably put all of these ones away, but I just want to have them on hand. Wardbound minions is very interesting. I feel like... I mean, I guess I haven't really looked at any content to see, but I feel like this is probably a very easily slept-on skill. That it might scale very well, but I have no idea. I've not really done a pure minion build in this game yet, which is ironic because I wanted my very first character to be a minion-based character. Just never got around to it. Okay. Does the P in LP stand for Paracelsus tonight? You see murmurs of alchemy? How dare you, sir? How dare you? That's what I was afraid of. So it only does the one way. Wait. Huh?
I'm unable.
That's such sad. Because if it could have kept the rate of fire, but it just shot out a lot more projectiles, I think the cooldown would have been worth it. I don't remember how long this lasts. We could probably increase its duration, couldn't we? Oh, 8 seconds. Okay, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. So that might have been a little bit too strong. Why GGG have to pre-nerf me? Wait. Yeah, okay. Pre-nerfed. I wonder if you can scale projectile amount through the passive tree. And if it works that way, 4% to fire 2 additional projectiles. Granted, the amount of percent that you can get on the tree is pretty terrible, unless you're like a Titan. Chadwick, you're more of an Agrippa man yourself. Yeah, first you have to decide what you want to have for lunch before you can steal somebody's lunch money. Volts. No. Didn't this used to give... I know they changed it, but I don't remember exactly how. Would less projectile speed be good on this? This would be terrible. I feel like this could be really good for the combo setup with the martial artist. Because if you just keep firing projectiles, which fire projectiles, the ice fragments, could be pretty damn good. Or maybe the setup would be put this off for now. Choose Grim Pillars. Plus Ice Bite. No, not Ice Bite. Biting Frost. It doesn't count. They're not interacting. That's strange. Wait, is this the way to cast this? You just spam it? So if you have like a zillion cast speed? Then like Valentin's propulsion or something? I don't know. Bows have their surpassing chance to fire an additional projectile. That's true. I don't know if I have one. Should look at my bows. At the very least, I do want to test Tornado Shot with something else. Don't remember if any uniques. I don't think uniques have it. I think it is on the normal thing. Split. Wait, this is just blanket projectiles. I don't need a quiver to use a bow, do I? I think I might. I've not really messed with bows pretty much at all. Where's my quivers? So this is kind of an objectively terrible setup. Hey, Galamoth, how's it going? It's been a minute. Meow, you've decided to make some chicken tendies. You're gonna go and clean the places, get you out late at night. Good time for vandalism. I can't condone the last part of the statement. Alright, so they should split, but now we'll actually have to hit something with it. Wait, we only have one enemy here.
Primitive creature.
Yeah, these types of projectiles don't really split to begin with, do they? Although, we have a normal bow shot. We're gonna beef this up. Okay, so level not 13. I don't have very many 13s left, so I'm gonna keep using my 12s. Mina the Hollower is the best Zelda game in like 15 years. I'm really glad that people are enjoying it and that it's doing very well for itself. Alright, so that doesn't continuously damage dust. Wait, it does? There's no way it'll work the way that I'm thinking it will, though. Oh, there's only one at a time. Okay, that's kind of a bummer. Ah, it is only one per cast.
Not yet.
Alright, so it does interact with that. That's good to know. That's the problem. We only get one per shot. We don't get multiple per pellet. That'd be too good. Do I need more skill gems? You're leaving 17s on the floor at this point? Well, right now, my character's only level 68? 69. Oh, yeah, I leveled up. And I'm just using them. Like, I have a bunch of 17s and 18s especially. But this is not my main character. I should probably tell you that. This is my secondary character that I was leveling up on stream a lot. There's some really, really, really cool martial artist interactions that I enjoyed. So I was just kind of curious what other ward stuff that we have going on today, because earlier this week I did break the game with a couple interactions with the voltaic barricade skill, which is one of my favorites so far. It doesn't normally look like this. I have on Citadel to make the walls turn into a fissure, and then I have branching fissures to make it work better. Because normally it'll look like this, and then you can fire projectiles through it to change their properties into being more electric and whatnot. And I was using this in conjunction with skills that were forking and ricocheting, and then when it would try to fork or ricochet off of an enemy, it would just crash the entire client. It's kind of funny. Galamoth, it feels like a million years and also about a week. How far are you in Mina? Have you beaten it yet? Because I was looking forward to that game for a while. I was also looking forward to Tearscape, the Bloodborne-like Zelda Link to the Past type game. It's always nice when smaller studios can succeed making stuff that people really enjoy. Alright, so the tornado shot was a bit of a bust. I think lightning arrow might be the good one,
to multiple nearby
which
targets.
I know Fob gun effect.
Lightning damage has a rain of arrows launches a volley that continues to fall for some time.
Doesn't hit frequently
If you
enough, I
have
don't
frenzy
think.
charges,
Oh yeah, freezing salvo. Oh yeah, we have bow stuff. Okay, let's see if the Animus guy can even do tornado shot. Okay, bows work, so crossbows don't work. So maybe freezing salvo has a shot? I'll need to make a bug report. I'll eventually do bear stuff. Galmoth, you're 10 or 20 hours in, but only found one dungeon so far. Oh, is it actually like open level design? It's huge. I saw like the map thing. It looked like there were potentially like 9 or so zones, maybe more. It's a little bit hard to tell how many zones were multiple zones put together on their big map. But sounds like the wait to put in the extra polish for the game Worked out. Right, that'll be in 0, of course. He did one thing and it's like, this was a job well done. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer for him to try to accumulate more. You gotta be joking me, man. So much for gaining seals. Arf, arf. Man, that could have been so cool. You could have, well, you could have 2 salvos then, I guess. Do one on your character and then the other one in that thing, and you'd be fine.
Primitive creature.
So do you only get 10 at a time, or do I have to hold it down? I've not used this skill. That does work, which I expected it would. Now the question is, does the salvo go through the gate? Oh, it does. Kind of. Or not. She wasn't getting electrocuted. It's like Link's Awakening or the Oracle games, but on every possible steroid. That sounds great. That's kind of what the vibes that I got from looking at it. Rip freezing salvo. You were cool while you lasted. I guess, pun intended. So next, we're gonna do the ever so disgusting. Oh, I guess ice tipped arrows could be really good.
Ice tipped arrows cause your bow attacks to create.
The issue is the
ice fragments
detonating
on hit
thing
for a
on the
few
other
seconds.
ones.
These fragments explode after a short delay. Ice Shot fires a chilling arrow that releases a burst of ice shards when it hits an enemy. A short time after a Stormcaller arrow hits a target, a bolt of lightning strikes the enemy with a high chance to shock. Use Electrocuting Arrow to lodge a lightning rod into an enemy. Hitting this enemy with enough lightning damage will electrocute them, paralyzing them for a time. A short time after a Stormcaller Shock Chain Arrow will hone in on shocked enemies. Upon hitting one, a shockwave will be
unfortunate
released,
that you can't
and a
shock with
lightning beam will
this.
chain to another
I wonder.
target.
I would need
This chain can
to
continue as
do
long as there
lightning
are more
attunement
shocked
on my other skills, I think. Or find another way to convert fire to lightning, which I don't think I can do. No, I need blue flame bracers now. If I have the Animus use a curse, does it bypass your curse limit? Oh, I didn't think about curse limit. That's a good question. I would assume not, because I don't think you could bypass your curse limit with things like mines in Path of Exile 1. Like, it still does come down to the player. But that could be a good mark user. You could use something... I think I tried to put the... Oh, wait. Sniper's Mark has a cooldown. Wait, no, but curses don't have cooldowns. We could test that in a little bit. I think lightning arrow is the way to go for now.
Chains lightning to multiple nearby.
Wait, barrage. No, but this only hits one skill. How does this work with the trigger thingy? Okay. Wait, for real? I'm like, why is it splitting? Because it's literally my arrow. Duh, or bow. Right, let's try that again. That does work, in a way. Well, it doesn't barrage the barrages. It's just because the initial arrow got shot multiple times. Wait, didn't I have another skill gem? I thought, did I? Oh, the first one was on the salva. Okay. I might need to buy more skill gems. Could probably do that now. And then let... Nope, those are spirits. Let the currency market do its thing. For 4 again.
Use escape.
Is this meant to be a competitor of Diablo, or is this more of its own thing? Yes and yes. This game's most beloved inspiration was Diablo 2, and the makers of Path of Exile wanted to kind of make Diablo 3 because Diablo 3 wasn't really a thing when they started Path of Exile 1. And then when Diablo 3 did come out, it didn't scratch the itch that they were looking for, so they kept iterating on the product, and then eventually they came out with Path of Exile 2. And it's got a lot of the goodness of Path of Exile 1, a bit more of the approachability of Diablo 4, and the combat and the effects are brilliant and amazing. Right now, this is going to be like a very boring kind of low-stakes stream, just because I'm testing out weird skill interactions on the off chance that they might be good or promising or something like that. But the campaign, for a first-time playthrough, is amazing. Provided that you don't like come up with a terrible build, which is kind of easy to do. So this game does have its pitfalls, but the combat is very fun. The build crafting is excellent. And they just came out with a huge content patch last week that gave a lot of content to the end game, new skills and stuff, and I've been having fun going back through it. And this game is in early access right now. So it costs $30 to get the key and some currency in the game that you probably want anyway to get more stash tabs for your inventory and whatnot. But other than that, it will be going completely free to play when it comes out of early access, potentially in December. Chadwick's spider season's ramping up. You just got a face full of webs walking out the door. Sorry, spider buddy. I know what that's like, man. That sucks. So, what did I put this on? 8? How many times does it hit? Oh, just the once. I need to use a different bow. Otherwise, I won't know how this actually works. Otherwise, I would expect that to work twice. It was a good idea at the time to use that bow because I was trying the volcano projectile shenanigans. Alright, so it does hit the other guy as well.
Foul creature.
I think the crossbow stuff is the stuff that I enjoyed the most so far. Although, I could probably make this better with the armor break things as well. Should try the Stormcaller bolts, or arrows, whatever they're called. See if it hits twice. I didn't pick them up. Oh no, I didn't have them at the time. Was there anything from the Summer Game Fest that I'm hyped about? I'm definitely very interested in the so-called conclusion for the Final Fantasy VII Remake stuff. I didn't watch it that closely. I thought Kemuri looked pretty interesting, but I would need to actually see more of it in real play scenarios. I think that's the one that gave me Night Rain vibes if it wasn't made by FromSoft. Then, what else did I see? Tifa was a bit of a surprise for me coming to Street Fighter 6. I haven't played Street Fighter 6. It looks pretty good, but I don't think I'll ever play it just because investing in getting good at a fighting game is a lot of time. And I feel like I've already put that time into Smash Bros. And I shouldn't go ahead and devote it to another game like that. How about you and anybody else in chat? Those are the ones that I could think of off the top of my head. Oh yeah, Control Resonant. I didn't really look at the trailers like I was saying, but the first trailer that was shown off for Control Resonant looked pretty damn cool. But I feel like the recent batch of Control Resonant trailers was like they look a little bit on the slow side and therefore less exciting. Oh yeah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game. That looked very interesting as well. You don't think a ton of people are familiar with the last Ronin story? I don't really remember much of the Turtles either. And I'm assuming that is not Usagi. Ronin Usagi, whatever his name was. What are we doing? Stormcaller. It's kind of a big delay. So that does hit twice.
I'm unable.
Wait. How did... Wait, what? How does that work? Did it get shocked? It shouldn't have gotten shocked. Oh, it's just because I kept shooting in one spot, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's put a curse on. Maybe temp chains would be good.
seismic cry damages and knocks back enemies, heavily stunning targets that have near full stun meters.
Wait, you don't need
Enemies
a
who
mace
can
for
be
this war cry? Infernal Cry doesn't either. That's for melees. Okay. Not really important, just kind of curious. Now, it doesn't look like temp chains will work in Overwrite with the Animus guy, but he can cast curses. Or not? Wait, what?
Not yet.
Is temp chains too low? Why is the temporal chains not working? Oh yeah, it might actually just be too low of a level. What level is my 15? Right. Let's try in another zone. Hey Stella, how's it going? Yeah, they showed off the robot game. You have a feeling it'll be special? Doesn't let me do it that way. Okay, I was going to go to a low-level zone. Not the waterways, out of principle. Where are the enemies? Found him. Of course, he just happens to have Conjures, Lightning Storms, and a Haste Aura. The time when I'm not trying to farm for these types of things. Okay, so they have a curse on. One did get temp chained, and then I think I overrode it. Yeah, so we can't overcome curse limits.
Vanquished.
Saw you got some salad greens right out of the dirt, and you helped build a picnic table today. Is that why you got the wood glue on your jeans? Sorry to hear about that. That is the reason? I was wondering if it had to do with your training thing that you've been working on. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't have the Animus thing on. Lol. Lamau even. Obviously, I'm not Lamauing. Okay, nope. Cannot override the limit. You can curse things that way. It's kind of a shame what they did with Deidre's Undoing, but I mean, it was way too broken before. It'd be cool if this worked with Blasphemy, though. Then I mean, it would still kind of suck, but it'd be cool. There's got, like, I just don't understand the point of this. If it doesn't work with Hollow Form. Whatever it's called, Hollow Shell. The 60% of my ward as guard would be pretty damn good. It requires a lot of investment to get that point anyway. Picnic tables are a good way to learn and practice basic carpentry stuff. Hell yeah, they are. They're pretty straightforward too. It's probably a pretty good beginner project. Or like a step beyond beginner at least. I guess next to be trying Twister. And or Lightning Spear. The only issue with Lightning Spear is just the Frenzy Charge generation. I don't want to have to figure out a way to automate it. I should look at like the Javazon guides from 0.2 or something. I actually crafted a really, really good Tangle Tongue. Well, crafted, but I was a little bit too curious for my own good. Okay, let's look at our other skills. Oh yeah, I was thinking of figuring out a way to break glacial bolts. Might need a plant skill. Plant.
Thrashing Vine.
I don't know which one's better, Entangle or Thrashing
Entangle
Vines.
grows gnarled roots which attach vines to... Thrashing Vines causes explosive plant growth in an area. For the duration of the spell, vines appear and crash down on nearby enemies.
Wait. This can consume... Maybe it can. Maybe Thunderstorm is worth testing. Keep that one on me. get the spear back out again. What was I just going to test with it? Twisters. I think we can break this and get pinned for free. Wonder how good the upgraded Splinter of Lorata is. I don't have it in my inventory, whatever. Okay. We have the spear twister. Tickety twister. Because of course.
Elemental Sundering consumes all elemental ailments from everything around you. Enemies, allies, even corpses. It causes an explosion for each ailment consumed. Elemental Sundering consumes all elemental ailments from everything around you. Enemies, allies,
Alright, but first, the bolts plus thunderstorm. It is kind of consuming them in a way. I really wish there was a support gem to make the thunderstorm follow you. Because that'd be funny. It'd be so cool though. I could use Wave the Stone Fist with Octonial Caress so that the clone generated by Animus Surge can get you and other people Power Frenzy Endurance charges. But you don't know what the value of doing that is versus just using Hollow Form, Whirling Assault like most people. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, the clone can only do one attack. Literally one attack. We saw it really mess up the freezing salvo. It didn't fire the full salvo. Crossbow skills are no good. It wasn't using grenades, probably because they have cooldowns. It's like a way worse Mirage Archer, but it can do one thing? It can generate charges on the non-quarterstaffs builds? Perhaps. I would hope that there's something. I wonder if GGG pre-nerfed it. Because really the only good synergy that I thought of was something with like Selfless Remnants. But I don't know. Like, I don't think it can cast Lightning Warp. I was wondering if you could cast Lightning Warp on it or something, but it doesn't work. Oh yeah, plants. What was I doing? Plants. Did I already get the plant? No, I did Thunderstorm instead. Did I get another skill gem? I think I already used it. What did I put it on? I didn't grab the spear thing that I needed, did I? No, I didn't grab it from my inventory. Oh, Twister. That's what I wanted. Silly little Twister. I didn't see that one. Oh, because you could get multiple twisters at a time.
Primitive
and then use multiple ones. Basically, all I've been doing right now is trying to figure out if there's a way to continuously proc Rain of Blades. But because this needs projectile attacks, I can't use something like Spark, which good, screw Spark. I think crossbows might still be the way to go just because of the attack speed. I need a whirling slash a lot. Barrage. I could do barrage now. I think I put barrage away. Yeah, I put it away. I guess. Consumes whirlwinds though. I was gonna say maybe you could do Nova Projectiles 2 plus Twister in the Animus guy. Just have to have a free second one. Where is he? Do I still have him on me? There's Thunderstorm. Plus Twister. Where is it? Did I take it off? I'm blind. I can't be trusted. Do I still have Nova Proj 2 on? Did I put it away? Oh, it's right here. The explosion from Repulsion is considered an attack that might proc Rain of Blades. So Rain of Blades specifically needs a projectile. But we can use the explosion for armor break really easily with breaking armor equal to a % of the ward. Alright, so we have our oh crap button. Let's see how this works.
I take you. I cannot.
I don't think it worked because it's not me. No, it did not work. Well, okay. I mean, that makes sense. That doesn't bother me. But this is kind of a free Twister thingy. We empower it with just like one Whirling Assault. Or 3, I don't know. Wait, that might... Is that the play? That might be the play, guys.
Greetings.
I mean, just like, not for this character, but just in general, the synergy with the Animus guy. Wrong person. Either that or Whirlwind Lance. Let me hydrate. Stella, you got to use the miter saw today? Oh yeah, you were saying the other day that you discovered a Final Destination-esque fear of saws when they're on or something like that. Whirling slash. Let's put that on here. Oh, he was out of the phone. And then my other skill gem, I wanted another twister. Just to see if this works. Okay, I can't have two twisters on. Brother, can you just stop hitting me for a moment? One moment. So those break when I step in it. How's this work mechanically? I don't even think about this. It's only the one hit. It's only the one enemy one hit. Well, I need the thing back. Okay. Okay, that sucks. Only one projectile per the thing. Why does the dude not go in the twister itself? Okay, it's like 4. Cool. That works. I was wondering if this would be a viable strat to do as well, Rex. Just whirling slash with the repulsion thing. I think you could already use knockback on whirling slash to literally knock everything away. This... yeah, okay. Huh. I could see somebody like Pada having a field day with this. This is such a baby version, but the end game of something like this, I don't know if you'll have enough damage, but it could be very interesting. So that was specifically the table saw that was freaking you out? That's the one you're most likely to have a major injury with? True. My uncle lost part of a finger in a job site because somebody wasn't paying enough attention, I guess. Although, to be honest, my uncle was kind of a screw-up, so we never really got the full story. Repulsion doesn't knock back from you. It causes the enemies to hit things around them, and that knocks the enemies back. No, what I mean is you could put the knockback support onto repulsion as well. I was kind of wondering what would happen if you put the knockback support on something like the voltaic gate in the Fisher form, and then put on the knockback direction as reversed gloves or something. But yeah, I should have specified. So he doesn't always spawn where I need. That's kind of the downside of that guy, but it's still a bunch of random twisters. Do I still have the knockback support on my character somewhere? I think I put... okay, I do have it. So yeah, we can put it on Blasphemy, and then we'll definitely start knocking people back. Apparently not the Kuchola, because he's a big boy. Maybe it's just better on the Whirling Assault. Huh. Okay, it actually does not knock them back. Because it's centered on them, I guess. Interesting. So I just want something more like area of effect, I guess? I don't have that on. Galamoth, you're saying Code Veronica remix, kind of exciting. You'll be interested to see how they portray some of the characters. Can't even imagine what modern Steve is going to be like. Oh, the guy from Minecraft? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Chadwick, you see lots of vids of guys pushing wood through table saws by hand, and it's like, grimace face. Aside from Stranger Than Heaven, Screenbound looks very interesting. I did not watch the Stranger Than Heaven trailer. Like, I heard about it, and then I just kind of looked away. That reminded me, though, the Yakuza trailer actually looked pretty good. I feel like I have more interest in playing something like Yakuza after playing LA Noire, honestly. Stella, you knew a dude with missing fingers, but that was kill floor and a meat packing factory injuries. That sounds way, way worse, especially knowing about the jungle. Like, saw off a finger in a carpentry accident? Terrible. Saw off a finger in a meat packing factory? That is a health concern. Yeah, your grandpa had a missing finger? He always gave sketchy answers when asked about it. Never did find out how he lost it. Interesting. How about the Beavis and Butthead episode where Beavis cut his finger off with the table saw? I vaguely remember that. Like, wasn't his blood spurting everywhere? And then Butthead was trying to help him, and they just, like, made a mess everywhere, and didn't Beavis pass out or something? And I've seen extremely few Beavis and Butthead episodes all the way through. That was, like, the one show that my mom didn't want me to watch. It was also really dumb, so I didn't enjoy it that much anyway. Okay, Stranger Than Heaven is the next Yakuza. Okay. I did not watch the full trailer. I just saw bits of it. Okay. Wait, no, that was the one with Tupac and Snoop. That was kind of... I was like, what the hell are they doing? I have really mixed feelings about that. But then I was like, well, I guess the title name checks out. They are making it Stranger Than Heaven, aren't they? There was a King of the Hill where Hank cut Dale's finger off with a table saw. So maybe it's Mike Judge's fault. Maybe he just has a thing with table saws. Alright, now what was I just thinking about with the build? Oh yeah, area of effect stuff. I think I might be nearing the end of the testing with stuff like that. The worst part is I can't even use Skyfall with Animus Splinters. It almost seems like the whole point of this is to just make a skill cost more, so that way you can cast Skyfall faster. Consumes a Vrisium infusion if possible. Oh, can I use that? There's no way, right? The most obvious of the things. Do I not have that gem? Oh, here it is. No. That's not what I'm thinking of. Oh, here it is. No, I can't put this on this guy either. Let's put Skyfall back on. Try not to think about James Bond. This has just been like the craziest minion patch they've come out with, essentially, huh? Why on earth would they put Pac in a game? Jesus. I like how Jeff is like, yo, Snoop, why Pac? And then Snoop's like, oh, you know, me and Pac always been cool, bro. And, well, I should probably not paraphrase like that. But anyway, like, me and the Tupac estate have always been close, and we thought this was the game for it. I'm just like, what the hell, man? Feels like such a cheap cash grab. But knowing the Yakuza dudes, it also just feels like something that the Yakuza dudes would do, which they're doing, so... Self-fulfilling prophecy, I guess? I don't know, man. He loved being a hologram, you see? Yo, Pac, you want to be in a Yakuza game? And he was like, word. Are the kids not excited about Tupac? You thought he was all the rage these days? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Wasn't Tupac the former boyfriend of Jada Pinkett Smith? That Tupac? Snoop will literally take a paycheck from anything, so that does concern you. Absolutely, man. Like, Snoop is sold out so hard. To be fair, I've not ever really been the biggest Snoop fan or like the biggest Snoop hater. It's just something like I almost have like a bit of Snoop Dogg fatigue where I feel like when he's in something, it's very obvious that he's just in it for the paycheck, which I mean, more power to him, you know. I wouldn't turn down an opportunity to host the Olympics. I probably would, but can't really blame him. If people are going to throw literal truckloads of money at the guy. Although after a certain point, I do wonder when like enough is enough. Sella, you're glad to know you're not being a massive wuss for the table saws freaking you out? No, I definitely think it's very important to respect heavy machinery, even if table saws aren't the heaviest. And there's probably also a bit of a psychological component with like the whirring and grinding that it also produces. Go back to the Snoop impression, please. No. That was not an impression. That was just me speaking with my more natural roots, believe it or not. My problem is I'm from the ghetto, but I speak like I do. So when I talk like a ghetto person, it just sounds like the most egregious thing imaginable. You feel like doing a Snoop Dogg voice is allowed in the social contract? Maybe, but it wasn't so much the voice as much as it was the way that I was paraphrasing him. Like I was putting words in his mouth that weren't there, and that was a little bit more unfair. Like if you're going to, I mean, I don't know. It's one thing if you're doing a bit to make fun of somebody, but it's another thing if you're actually trying to relay what they're saying to somebody else. LP code switching hard in here? Nah, not really. Oh yeah, so I was going to do Powered by Berisium and Skyfall, not James Bond. I've already done this. I just need to figure out if there's a way I can increase the cost. Why is it grayed out? Just, oh, because and this is why I tend to not parry. It's because I'm trapped. Somehow OBS was clicked last. That was so weird. Yeah, let me see if the chat is fine. I need to fix my Twitch chat on OBS. Now that we actually have people chatting in there. Right, that actually looks pretty good. Now, is that the lowest one? It is not. Surprise, Liza P. Flashbang, yeah. It's one of my be right back screens. Alright, that'll have to do for now. Why is my background off? I'm missing something on this. Did I accidentally delete something? I have a little black bar on the bottom right of the screen and I don't know why. I'll need to worry about that later. Okay. Galamoth, Snoop's whole shtick is being really high. He can pretty much phone in everything if he wants to. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about him. But it feels... I don't know, man. Like... It feels like Snoop Dogg is phoning it in, if that makes sense. Chadwick, you're a hot man in Detroit. You gotta blend in a bit, you feel me? Your enunciation drops a bit when you're out and about. Yeah, exactly. Dudes already think you're a cop. Hey, thanks for that, Horns. I am back. Galamoth, everybody talks differently to some degree, depending on whom they're with, whether they realize it or not. Yeah, code switching is indeed integral to fitting in a bit. Okay. Skyfall, Verizium thingies.
I'm unable.
Wait, this has a cooldown? Why does everything have a cooldown? Okay, this is actually understandable why this one would have a cooldown, but... I need to double its cost somehow to get the full effect of this. Which I could do.
I'm unable.
I don't know how good these little guys are. I did try it a little bit, but...
I cannot.
They do minion stuff. With the repulsion. If I increase my presence area of effect, this could be kind of funny. But it won't really matter that much. Okay. Can't use this one. To have another way. No, that won't do it. Okay, I might be done screwing around with a lot of the ward stuff for now. Unless there's some other synergy that I might be forgetting of. Let's look at the ward listing of things. I wish that they gave a skill... What do you call it? Previews in this as well. Because it's not like these show up on the normal skill page. And I'll need to do Eternal March stuff. Okay, I might do Eternal March stuff before I give up and put a bunch of stuff away. Honestly, the state of my inventory is kind of pissing me off. So messy. Hey, Rex, you messed around with Refutation, right? Do you know if this works with that buckler, which parries everything from a distance? Like, it gives your parries infinite range? Because I was wondering if that would be worthwhile. I've not used Refutation at all. Like, I could test it. I just kind of don't want to. So I think they added some more parry things in to make it better. But other than Fangs of Frost, I'm not sure what it would be. It inflicts the parry debuff on its own? Right, but does it work against projectiles, or is this only melee? Blocks all blockable hits and applies parry to enemies which you've blocked a hit. I feel like this is a question for Lex D. He went and tried to see every enemy attack of the game to figure out what was actually blockable with the shield. Turns out a lot of red attacks are completely blockable. It depends on the projectile itself? Okay. Thank you, sir. Runic Reprieve. Oh yeah, that's the block, but there's something with stuns that I wanted to look into. Might have been a support. This has to be a slam. Don't know what the rune does. This won't ignite. The skill that I'm thinking of, at least. That's SRS. Okay, I think I am pretty good with the ward stuff. There's probably other synergies that I haven't thought of, but it seems like Voltaic Barrier and Rain of Blades are kind of the winners for now. The Repulsion stuff is actually really cool with Blasphemy. Alright. Galamoth, you've never heard of code switching before? Yeah, it's pretty much what you just were talking about. Meow, you subscribe to Bill Hicks' philosophy? Do a commercial and you're off the artistic roll call forever. I don't know, I think it depends. You can still have integrity. And make money. It is possible. But not everybody goes about it the best way. I forgot to test the plants interaction. Might keep that one on. What's that going to? Yeah, I guess I'll do the sacrifice stuff now before I forget about it. I feel like this skill needs to do damage itself. Same thing with like Devour. Too bad Animus Splinters is useless. I was so excited for the potential of that skill. shouldn't work. Well, actually, this might. Well, no. Unless. I'll figure it out. Too many thoughts. Right, so we put that thing away. We can put this guy back on, and then get some cool companions that I managed to get on my other character. Company time. Might have been that guy. My first companion this league. Here she is. Okay. Might not have the spirit afterward to do other cool stuff. Oh, wait. We're screwed, aren't we? Okay, we have 104. Wait, no. Wait, yes? We have 2 things worth testing. How much health does this thing have? $603? Oh, it's only level whatever it is, 12. That is a lot lower than I was expecting. What's wrong with Devour? It only works on corpses or enemies that are in killable range, I think. It'd be nice if you could just use Devour as a kind of basic skill and have the other stuff on top. Like, you're a badass dragon, but you can't just chomp enemies? Feels bad, man. Chadwick, you miss infomercials? Aren't those still on TV? There were commercial actors, like people who did commercials in bit TV parts, yeah. Not really, because now we have AI slot versions. Oh no, is that what they're doing? You splish and you splash. Show some idiot who can't drain the water out of a pot of spaghetti. What was that old subreddit called? I think it's defunct now. Something with the soda? Didn't you guys just mention that a minute ago? Rex, you love Devour? Replaced killing pollen for you? Oh yeah, I definitely think it has a place. Do you know if Devour can work on sacrificial minions? Kind of tempted to try that. Because you might be able to get infinite power charges with a really convoluted setup. It's probably not worth it, but it might be worth it. I don't know. Bill Hicks makes an exception for small-time people coming up to think the bit was mostly about Jay Leno hawking Doritos. Interesting. Okay, so unwanted sacrifice. I think I got one of these already. I just thought about it. There's a spirit gem, isn't it? Did want to keep that. I think I was too low of a level. Or I was too dumb for it. Something like that. Too dumb. That's the problem. Didn't want to have to buy a lower level one, 13. Because I'd still be too dumb. Oh no, it has to be 14. So I need to get 103 int. So I need like 20 more intelligence. I need this because it has my spirit and whatnot. Need that. Yeah, my stats are all goofy. I guess I could take off the Hate Forge for now. Look for some int gloves. Do you just have intelligence? Blue flame. It's probably gonna change. Where is the intel? It is gone. Rip the intelligence. Can you even get intelligence on a belt? Yes. Oh, this is actually enough. No idea Devour works on the bells, though? Oh, really? That's cool. Did not know that. Where is my sacrifice? Did I pull it out? I might not have. I didn't make it right. And then what's the thing that I needed to revive them? Don't know if I actually have one. Return to March. Oh, I do have one. Cool. Get rid of Skyfall for now. Get rid of the Vrisium thingy. That's fine, that's fine. Oops. Didn't even mean to click that. We'll worry about that later. So I'll probably want skeletal archers. I don't think I have goofy minions yet. What would be the best one to grab? I don't know. Raise zombie, maybe? No, because we need actual corpses for that. Probably the cheapest one. It's got to be snipers, right? No, clerics. Alright, I'll worry about that in a minute. So 4 to revive. He's so fast.
I'm unable.
Interesting. Oh, I remember something else that I should test. Right. The whole thing. I wanted to check out the remnant thingy. Although I need my minions to die faster for the remnants to work. Sacrifice. I would really need to be spirit stacking. What's the spirit stacking helmet? I could just use a damn scepter, of course. I was like, oh, it's only 60x? 3 annuls. That makes more sense. versus one div. One div isn't bad. Presence radiance is doubled. $551 evasion goes to 370, 136 rank ward. That ward amount really isn't that bad, considering. Anyway, I'll worry about that more later. So we can revive our minions immediately for free. We don't need sacrifice yet. It's a Grim Feast. I don't know how many remnants this actually makes. It's probably not worth it. I need a lot of reviving minions for this. Wait. Is this specifically for companions? No, it just says minions. Clerics are going to be the worst to test for this. Yeah, Sarconians is what I thought of first as well, Rex. It's kind of funny you thought of that one as well. They're healing themselves. They deal no damage, they have no life. Literal ZDPS build. Is body blocking. So we have some dead ones. No, it revives all of them. There were some builds that I felt were screwed up by having a staggered minion revive timer. This could circumvent that. And they're all healing each other too much.
Creature.
Where's my sacrifice? Why did I take it off my bar? How do I not see it? Did I not grab it? Am I tripping? I didn't drop it in town, did I? Oh, those are my things. I know I... Oh, it's green. I was losing my damn mind. So I can make 2 of these to detonate. They just revive more slowly. Don't remember what I'm thinking of, so we're gonna have to say power charge. I think it's just devour. Consume a corpse to create a short-lived zombie. That is not what I need. Okay, so we're gonna do devour. We're gonna bring out the talisman again. Turn it into a wyvern. Do I even need to level up devour? What skill gem do I have the most of? $15s? Okay, that'll be fine. Unless we don't have it. Oh my god, that works. Okay. We even got 3 for that? Oh no, there was corpses on the ground. I don't even know if I got mine. So then, Eternal March. Wow.
I'm unable.
So you could pretty much perma oil barrage with this setup really easily. Which you would have been able to do before anyway. I only even need just one of these guys. It's enough. Wait, Rain of Blades. That would work with Barrage. Oil Barrage. I didn't want to believe talismans could work the... I was afraid they could. Didn't want to get my hopes up. Now my hopes are getting up. Oh yeah, I wanted to test the bear stuff.
Furious Slam pounds the ground with your front paws, dealing damage twice to enemies caught by both. Furious Slam pounds the ground with your front paws, dealing damage twice to enemies caught by both. If you have enough rage, it will spend some to make much larger, more powerful slams. It will also leave behind jagged ground to slow enemies. Furious Slam.
So we're already using Hayforge for the memes.
Fury of the Mountain pounds
This is the one that
ground
works
as
with the
long as
volcano,
skill
right?
is held, creating molten fissures and building rage. The fissures will erupt again if hit by a different slam. Volcano creates an eruption.
You
at
didn't
the
know I was a
target
pair?
location. Holding down the skill makes the eruption more powerful. The volcano remains for a few seconds, and hitting it with a slam skill will cause it to erupt again.
What's the other goofy slam? What slams do we have? Rampage. Too much of a travel skill.
Fury of the Mountain powers
Yeah, it's
the
this
ground as
one.
long as the skill is held, creating molten fissures and building rage. The
Anyway, I'm getting too sidetracked. Let's do oil barrage before I forget.
Oil Barrage spits a volley of projectiles that coat enemies in oil, making them slower and more vulnerable to elemental damage and ignite. If you have power charges, you can hold down the button to turn this skill into a sustained barrage of lightning-charged projectiles until your power charges run.
Could keep that on. I can't use voltaic barrier right now. It's probably got to be. Yeah. Okay. So, Runeforged Blades could go on this. Where is Rain of Blades? Okay, that's that. This doesn't do armor break, unfortunately, right? So, can't do this there. But I can't do this on Oil Barrage? The voltaic barrier works. Will this be annoying to set up with the dragon? Oh yeah, and then, well, no, we'll worry about that later. One thing at a time. Do I have... I do not. What's it called? Fragments of the Past. Stella, you've been getting ads for a hot tub and swim spa expo in Connecticut all week? I think you're balling, Stella. You deserve a break. At least you can actually day trip to Connecticut. You don't know why you're getting that ad. Oh, Chadwick's getting that one as well? Interesting. Maybe they just think that this is a regional stream. How did I just get that power charge? Did I accidentally devour? Yeah, okay. Then oil barrage. Oh, duh, my min's out. I did only get one that time, so 4 chomp.
I'm unable.
There's a bit of a cooldown. We could probably reduce that. Okay, okay. So did I chomp both of them last time? Is that what it was? I did. So you would 1-3. Uruk smelt it, dealt it. I should have do it the other way around. Wait, this can get armor explosion? I didn't realize. Wait, what does... And now we're gone. Okay, no, this is fine. The bad thing about Rain of Blades, which would probably be too strong if it worked the other way, is that the cooldown only goes into effect once you're done using this skill, rather than starting from the beginning, so that way you can't increase the duration and or reduce its cooldown to have a permanent buff time of Rain of Blades. Ah, this is the one I'm thinking of. Runeforged Blades. Cannot use... Why can't Oil Barrage do it? That's so sad. That is so sad. We'll take Barrier. It works, though. Right, let's put on goofy things like Fork. Ricochet. And multi-shot, which sounds like it'd be terrible, but it might not actually be with the setup.
Back to the depths.
Alright, the moment of truth with the Wyvern goofy setup. Oh, that wasn't very truthful. I forgot to press all the other skills. Yeah, I could have eaten them, huh? Right, those were too weak. Did we get a... Okay, it's not Fork Circle at least. Alright, we'll just test it on the boss. He's still alive. Meow, you keep getting ads to invest with Jim Cramer? For the love of God, don't. They don't know how broke you are, and also that dude is a dumbass. Very true. Right. Angry boy.
Violence defines you. Now it will end you.
Read it? Stop. Did I get light stun? Is that what it was?
98.
Okay, I might have just run out of power charges, is what that was. Yep. So I'm not doing much damage, that's unfortunate. Oh duh, no wonder I, like, this is... Like, my damage sucks, guys. I have, like, the weakest weapon possible just to enable the dragon to begin with.
I'm unable.
Right, that's good. I wonder if the Flame Breath skill would be viable. Why is its armor? Oh, of course, no wonder why. Okay. Let's get a little bit of a better talisman. Tackling companions. Actually, I may as well go for the other druidic talisman. Is it Ligurium? Oh. Didn't read. Fury of the King. 2 Exalted Orbs. Alright, let's do max rec 68, 69. Damn it. So what is it, 72? I'm not level 72 yet. I'm curious if you can use Molten Crash. This was in there 2 days ago. Let's just examine it. If you can use Molten Crash on the martial artist ascendancy thingy. Probably not, because this is a glory skill, right? Shapeshift into a burning monstrosity and leap through the air to crash down upon the earth, slamming twice, creating molten fissures, consumes rage to create additional molten fissures. But no, this isn't glory. So maybe I should just pick this one up now for testing.
You've received a shipment.
Do I even have the inventory space?
Go on.
Is it glow swarm or is it glows worm? Guess I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, let's do fragments of the past for now, and we'll see if the slam thingy works. Did I already get the bear slam? I don't remember if I did. Yes. This moves faster than I was expecting it would. Right. the fragments. I don't think it works. Did you use that with normal volcano? Okay, let's put that one back. That's normal. I expect this to kind of not work, but then work. Yo. That was a thing? The Jim Cramer rule of investing is do the opposite of what he says. 90% of the time it works every time? Uh-huh. Do you remember glowworms? Like creepy crawlies? Okay, there's an actual bug. I did not know that this is a thing. There's literally no I guess there is a downside that you can't really place volcanoes. Wait, how does this work? Attacks. Damn it. Too bad this is a spell. Oh, man. Could have just potentially raid down so many blades. Man, how come Fragments of Memories doesn't work that way? Maybe it's a bug report. Fragments of Memories only doesn't fire the right amount of volleys / projectiles with Nova Projectile 2 support. So this slam definitely works with it. Okay. Let's try the thing that I was complaining about. Animus Splinters. It's a metagem, technically. Okay, so we can put Volcano in here. Can't do fragments, right? Right. I wonder if the Animus dude is supposed to be able to do multiple skills at once. Wait, he channeled it. Hold on, but because it's Animus, it wouldn't count as an attack still. But we might be able to put in weirder supports with this. +1 limit, less duration. Would that work for both? Do I have... I might have an overabundance already.
Not yet.
Okay, so no, it only works... I guess on the volcano. No. Okay, so that doesn't work either way. This isn't a limit. Wait, did the duration lowering it make it fire projectiles faster? Oh, surely that isn't a thing. The stuffed animal with the glow-in-the-dark body? The hard plastically head? Does that... Let me look that up. I feel like I kind of know what you're talking about. Oh, those things are supposed to glow? I feel like I've seen them. No, not that one. Creates fleeting images of your astral self near the target. They perform a socketed melee attack. Consuming a power charge creates additional images. Okay, right. It doesn't say that you can't get power charges while this is going on. Oh yeah, now that I have Devour and Power Charge things, let's try the Spell Totem with Grim, whatever it is again. I just want to see how that works. Didn't I put it away? Actually, let me make a note to self to double check the forums for, what do you call it? Check forums for fragments of... I just put away. Fragments of the past. I was like, the fragments of memories. volcano projectile bug. Then what else is it going to look at this? Animus Splinter's crossbow. All right, now what was I doing right before I asked that? Have my Animus Splinters. Oh, Spell Totem, right. Spell Totem plus Pillars. Where's my Pillars? That's Eternal March. Okay, here we are. Yeah, things sound like other things. You just go with it. A lot of the questions are rhetorical, but if you guys were ever paying enough attention to actually answer me, it'd be pretty cool. But since you guys don't really play Path of Exile, I really don't expect it.
Tide take you.
Does not kind of isn't attacked at all. And this is why I tend to not parry. It's because I'm trash. I done goofed. I felt like I should have blocked that. Anyway, I should probably rely more on dodging, and then I was just slow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there's a spot to stand. Okay, that's kind of nice. I should have dodged. I felt like I was way early for that. Alright, yeah, I screwed up. Lie or die? Gotta go for it. Oh, that's different. I don't remember him actually taking his head off. He's kicking my ass now. Oh, I was not expecting that direction. I'm gonna die. See, I felt like I blocked way too early, but I felt like I blocked in time. Whoops, that was my fault. So sometimes when I switch between screens, like it's like my stuff gets lingered on OBS. So I was probably typing. And it just changed my scenes on me. Let's fix this. Thank you for saying something, Stella and Chadwick. Don't know how that happened exactly. Okay. So, I need a slightly better talisman. Fudge. I need to put some crap away. We've not been using Xerox or whatever it is. Forgot. I meant to be using that as well. And then plants thingies. Open this right now. That might be useful later. So we're level 70 essentially. Talisman will buy the best thing for 1 exalt. Can I even want melee skills on this? Probably. Wait, what's the level gem that you even put on a talisman? All skill levels? Battle. Attack skills. Good enough. $400. I'll go for that. This is probably too good. Actually, yeah, I think I'll go back with the 200 one. Seems a little bit more realistic for the Howling Caves.
To the depths.
Let's put the spell totem on. Plus Grim Pillars. Oh, you could do endurance charges as well? Okay. I could definitely make use of that with armor breaking. Oh man, that'd be so easy to get endurance charges with armor breaking. So enemies need to be around. Let's try this again. Did they break it? Do these have a cooldown or something? I've never used spell totems at all. Limit 2. Duration is 8 seconds. The Animus dude couldn't possibly use... No, because it's a remote. So do I actually need 3? Interesting. So if we had... Wait, can spell totems cast multiple spells at once? Abiding Frost. on that, plus the plants, we might be able to do something crazy with it. You don't think so? You believe they cycle through any spells available? That might be good enough. Did I actually buy them all finally? This might be the dumbest thing possible. Do I need the volcano thing? Was there something else I was going to test with that? Anyway. Devour for the spell totem. Has anybody been made familiar with Christina Mendez, aka the Orb Lady? That is nope, never heard of that. Chadwick, you know about orbs? You ponder them frequently? Saying the word orbs makes me think of people who would RP too hard and were terminally online. They'd use orbs to describe their eyes in their early aughts.
Foul creature.
Okay, let's try this now. So ideally, I would want to place down my own plant and then just have the totem do its thing. Or not even just use the totem, just... Well, I guess the totem could do it faster than I can for free, right? So you could do something with Archmage, spell totems, if Archmage does work. I think that's how that interaction works. Then the plants would constantly break the Grim Pillars for explosive damage. That was a fan fiction thing that people made fun of a lot. Yeah. I mean, people would use it unironically. I was there when the magic was written. But not for fanfic. Right. The spell totem stuff is fine. Oh, I remember another thing that I was going to do. Part of why the interaction wasn't as cool as I thought. Where are my socks? Alright, this is going to get done, right? Chadwick, you're playing the VR missions for Metal Gear Solid 1. You've never played PlayStation Metal Gear Solid 1? Are you playing them in VR? That is kind of my question. That sounds like it could be a pretty fun project, I guess. Where's my oil barrage? Oh yeah, I'm probably doing too much damage now.
defines you, now it will end you.
We'll take the spell totem back off. Clerics. Get 2 of those. Oh, oil barrage is on 3. Where's my eternal march? Where is she? There. Actually, I'm curious how much damage Volcano's gonna do. Z DPS. That's fine. I don't have anything set up for spells. I don't think I need to empower it. I could just jump it. Goodbye, Volcano, and hello. Wait. Eternal March. I forgot to press the button.
Tide, take you!
Wait, I can auto-ignite with armor break? What the hell's going on? How did that happen? I can figure that out later. Okay. Let's go back to the boss after I chomp. Press it. Okay. It's fine. That does kind of work. Oh, and we stunned him. I have unironically used Nova Projectile 2 on the Empowered Breath. It's really good after you freeze something or stun it. So that's probably something I can set up very easily with the Winter Chill thingy. The Flame Breath, Oil Breath Dragon might be a thing. That's really easy on Martial Artist. Not that it was super hard to set up before. Wait, does Flame Breath technically count as a projectile? Anyway, before I do that, Right, because of the armor explosion. It was on Rain of Blades. Let's do that on Oil Barrage. Pick off Ricochet, because I don't really think it helps right now. What happens when it becomes on fire? Wait. Of course. My ward shenanigans are not done. I can test the goofy Ice Nova thingy. If I can ever go back to town. Oh, right. I think it's called Frost Flame, something like that. I do not have it on me, I shouldn't. Ignite. Frost Flame at Nova. I've not even bothered to try the voltaic barrier with this setup yet. Let's find a quadrilla or something.
Foul creature.
Don't know if that's worth doing. Could you imagine having multiple dragons spew their breath? I don't know what good the Frost Flame Nova really is. Why is the thing not working? Let's try again. What the hell? This should work. But it's not. But the empowered one was fine, right? Was I missing? No, because we froze him, right? No, okay, I must have just been missing the attacks. Somehow. Didn't mean to kill him. Can't I use this? Nope, can't be in dragon form, that's fine. It's kind of the bad thing about the dragon. You stop to cast or perform pretty much all of its attacks. Oh yeah, Flame Breath. I think something said it had the projectile tag. That would be really broken if it worked that way though.
Flame breath lets
channeling
you take to the
detonator.
skies and
Well, may as well try it, right? Pick up the brush. How much of a cooldown does this have? 10 seconds. And I thought it lasted as long as I had power charges. Did they change that?
flame breath lets you take to the skies and immolate your foes, spending rage to keep the jet of flame going for longer. This skill can consume a power charge to deal extra lightning damage and spend less rage. Flame
Anyway. Or it doesn't work that way, that's fine.
Back to the depths! I cannot.
Yeah, I think I got light stunned. Okay. Or not. What is the duration of this? Was it rage? Is that the issue? Oh, because I'm using Hate Forge. I think I have a Hate Forge that doesn't lose charges on max. So I'd be able to stay in the air forever?
You. Have an order?
What the hell did I sell? Oh, I probably sold the Hate Forges. The belts. A belts. Huh. Go figure. Oh, not gonna complain about that. I have too much things. What was I grabbing? Hayforge.
Can I help? Hail.
Lose all rage on reaching maximum rage. I think hate forges all have to have that. Okay. Okay, so you can get it. Okay. Attack speed. The little mini games in Metal Gear Solid are fun. The WarriorWare of Metal Gear. So you finally decided to start playing it, Chadwick? I know you mentioned that a moment ago. You were putting it off for a while. Damn. So the ones without the maximum rage thing are very expensive. At least the ones with attack speed, which I don't necessarily need. 15 divs. $20 divs. Plus 10 max rage if you use the skill that requires glory in the past 20 seconds. I think this mod becomes garbage when we're using the monk gloves with it. Anyway, I don't really care about it that much. I was just curious. So I'm not going to worry about Flame Breath because it kind of sucks because of how slowly you move anyway. Oil Breath or Oil Barrage kind of has that same issue. I want to like Dragon more. I was really hoping that they'd make you walk slowly while puking this patch, but they didn't want to do that. And it's always... I feel like Flame Breath should make you speed up, not slow down. Because you still have to get in melee range. There's a lot of jankiness that goes along with it. I tried the Triskelion stuff. So think... Am I finally done with this stuff? Am I finally done with talisman shenanigans? Let's put the Animus guy back on, see if we can do other weird things with it that I wouldn't expect. Flame Breath no work. Oil... What? There's no way. Okay, it just doesn't work. But why? Why is this allowed to be here? Wait, switch weapons. This is amazing. You're just chilling there now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bug report. Socketing. oil barrage into Animus Splinter, and using it causes a spectral wyvern to T-pose nearby and become unremovable even when the gem is removed from gear. Can't park that dragon there, mate. Man, look how cool this is. A spectral dragon. Let's change zones. How funny would it be if, like, I just bricked my hideout or something?
Violence defines you, now it will end you.
Where he going? Let's put him in a cool spot. He just turns to face me. Right, let's see if he actually does it here. Okay, he disappears. So maybe that's normal. Volcano worked. We checked that. Fury of the Mountain. Alright, bear disappears.
I cannot.
That's the channeling one. That makes complete sense. Shapeshift Wyvern AoE projectile fire detonator.
Rolling magma spits a ball of lava that bounces forward, dealing damage each time it hits the ground. It can also trigger volcanoes and molten fissures from your other skills, like a slam would.
Did I get my free pass point from the Martyr, the first edict thing? No, I did not. I'll either do it myself or I just won't get it. Thanks for looking out, though.
Arctic Howl can cause nearby enemies to freeze in terror, quite literally. Ferocious Roar generates a huge burst of rage and causes your next few attacks. Tornado sucks in enemies and constantly damages them. If it touches elemental ground, it will absorb those effects.
So are there any other projectile type attacks? I guess we have the mace stuff. But then I'd be using a mace.
While both
Although, which one is it? Molten Blast.
on impact, Molten Blast will explode and fling shrapnel projectiles forwards. This skill excels at igniting enemies.
I don't know how the shrapnel
On
system
impact,
works. It's probably like the
Molten
other
Blast will
things.
explode and fling shrapnel projectiles forwards.
Too bad they absolutely murdered Rapid Shot.
Rapid Shot fires very quickly, but heats up your crossbow as you continue to shoot. If you fire too much, you'll overheat and be unable
Who
to
thought
fire for a few
disabling a skill
seconds.
would be a good system?
However,
I want them to make Incendiary Shot better so badly.
bolts from
I think it'd be really
incendiary shot
cool that if
shatter
you
on impact, also
continually
hitting
shot an
enemies
enemy,
behind
that
the
it could
target.
make them kind of explode like Molten
This
Blast or
attack
something.
can ignite
Armor
enemies.
explosion.
Bolts
Something. Cover them in ash. That needs to be Mechanic or Scorch.
Ice shards targets the ground, leaving shards of ice that explode when enemies step on them. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Ice shards.
I have slept on
targets the
this one
ground,
for so long. Maybe
leaving
it's
shards
good.
of ice
I'll
that
never know.
explode when enemies.
Wait, cluster grenade
Cluster
counts as
grenades spit out
multiple projectiles,
smaller
doesn't it?
grenades
Well,
when they explode.
I need to
Cluster
concentrate it a
grenades
lot.
Spit out multiple smaller grenades when they explode. Cluster grenades spit out.
How does that work with gas grenade? Probably only once. I think I've tried that.
Siege Cascade fires a bolt at each enemy in the target area. The bolts rain down.
Right, I'll test out the gas grenade again. And ice shards. Not that I expect ice shards to be good. Is that in my inventory after all? Three. Put that there, forget about it. There's something else I was going to do with companions. Oh, the remnant stuff? I kind of don't think it's going to work very well. Alas. Okay, may as well test it. I need a level 14 spirit gem if I didn't use it already. No, I don't need 14, but Grim Feast. Wait, this creates a remnant? I forgot. Isn't there a cooldown on this? Chadwick, you figured you'd give Metal Gear Solid the old college try? You never got a chance to play them way back when, and you thought it'd be a good warm-up for actually playing it? Oh, the VR things? Makes you think you should just jump right into Metal Gear Solid 2, though? Alright, let me hydrate. Yeah, Rex, I still need to do all of my expedition stuff. I haven't visited King's March yet in the Atlas. I've done Breach, most of Delirium, and all of Abyss, and all of the Fortress stuff. And today I've just been completely sidetracked, checking things out now that they'd fixed the Voltaic Barrier. This might be worth it. Not with the Hate Forge. Do I need Hate Forge? I know why I was what I was thinking when I picked it up. I liked the gaining rage to recover maximum runic award. That was something that I was concerned about for doing ward shenanigans. But I don't think this is worth it. I feel like the free stuff was just way more effective. Chadwick? No, Global, you did not convince anybody, or nobody convinced me to play Metal Gear Solid 2. Chadwick, you get why people were all up in arms about Twin Snakes being vastly different? Because it's built out of the Metal Gear Solid 2 systems, but just dumped into Shadow Moses. Meaning the guards operate differently, Snake moves differently, weapons behave differently. Okay. Let's continue putting things away. Otherwise we'll never get done. Volcano was cool, but I don't need it. Don't think I need Nova Proj 2 right now. We'll keep Galvanic, get rid of Overabundance. I'll stop narrating. Almost forgot gas grenade. I did delete that monkey, so we need a new instance. Alright. Repulsion plus magnified area. I think I was going to do armor explosion. Armor demolish would probably be the safe bet to go with this. That or Uruk smelting. Probably Uruk smelting, right? I can't put it on it? Oh, because this is already here, right? Picking up remnants triggers deadly explosions. Fork. Ricochet. Where do I have my multi-shot? Oh yeah, I meant to try... the rune forged thing. So streamlined rounds somehow. Thought I could get streamlined rounds on this. I have some kind of... Oh, no, it was the Animus thing. Actually, do I still have it? No. Chadwick for Metal Gear Solid to be so self-serious, then kick down the fourth wall. Kojima game. For better or worse. There we go. I need to figure out how Impale works, because there's probably some really good Rain of Blades synergies with it. Oh, 20% increased cooldown recovery rate. That's actually extremely good, huh? Hits are pinning. So this does pin. That's what I thought. So do we get double pin if I put this on? This has an impact radius? I didn't even realize. Oh, so we could do concentrated effect. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's like Siege Cascade. I meant to increase this one's projectile speed. So I think if we put... I don't think there's a way I can increase its speed except for attack speed. Which is really annoying. Have you guys seen any of the stuff about the divorce between Jeff and Kojima? Who's Jeff? The shark? Oh, Jeff Keighley? No. What's enduring impact? Oh, heavily stuns. Cold Strike versus rare or unique enemies. It's pretty nice. Damn. That's a more bonus, not just increased. So I could essentially have blindside on something like armor piercing rounds or whatever, the main damage skill, and then use this thing to blind. Wait, can I use Deliberation on this? Or what's the other one? movement, mobility. 25% less movement speed while using these skills? There's no way that would work that way, right? Okay, now we're gonna use it. Okay, no. It's too good to be true. Alright. The joke is he snubbed Kojima during the Game Awards, and Kojima hasn't emojied any of his posts since. Oh, really? It's demonstrably true, so you know. You hate to see dads fighting. Is it really, Jeff? How did the Game Awards even get decided? Isn't it like partially votes and mostly like critics? It's weird. And when did it happen? Was it over Death Stranding 1 or 2? Who did Death Stranding 2 go up against and lose against? Was it Wukong or was it Astro? Could get endurance charges all the time. That would increase our defenses potentially. If we had that one support, but we don't even use armor, so it doesn't actually help us. Oh yeah, I meant to try ice shards. Wish me luck. Does it not work at all? Does it not count as a projectile? Oh, there they are. Wait a second. Is that a bit of a synergy there? Or is it just because we're firing so many? Hold on. Reflects curses? So that's not good for me. Yo, I didn't realize this attack fired so quickly. The ground ones work. Can we fork these? Oh, its base damage is way lower. Like, what level is this? 17 versus 18. And this has multi-shot on? That's the issue with ice shards, huh? It does the worst damage. Huh. Alright. Death Stranding 2 went up against Death Stranding 1. Game Awards are judged mainly by journalists from all of the major publications, and it was over Death Stranding 2. Okay. And they lost to Expedition 33. I would almost say something about that, but I mean, I honestly haven't played Death Stranding 2. But I feel like Expedition 33 was a little bit more innovative, which is probably unfair, but they had already made Death Stranding 1, you know. And Death Stranding 1 lost to Elden Ring. So Kojima was just... He just had some really, really stiff competition. Expedition 33 really was the Lord of the Rings of that year. Absolutely. Not only that, they had to go up against Silksong. Which, I think Death Stranding is a great game. I'm just a little bit skeptical they would have gotten this. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's probably as good as Silksong. But I haven't played it. But I feel like Silksong has... It's too much of a niche game. Well, I say that, but I mean, I guess Astrobot won too, right? Wait, did the ones on the floor that I'd already made Pocket? Get them to walk on it? It does. These count as projectiles? So can caltrops? Rocket? They probably can, can't they? And then we could use spear things with caltrops if I wanted. That would be so janky. But caltrops can also get boosted by thorn stuff? The issue is the buff on Runeforged blades is finite. You can't have 100% uptime on it. I would need something like Temporalis. But I mean, if you have a Temporalis, you're not going to be fiddling around with this.
Ice shards targets the ground, leaving shards of ice that explode when enemies step on them. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Ice shards targets the ground, leaving shards of ice that explode when enemies step on them. You can reload manually by using this skill again.
Alright, so was I breaking armor? Yes. But... that's not proccing. Runeforged blades doesn't proc in ice shards. That's a bit of a letdown. Is this just not proc now? There it goes. Super lag. Silksong, basically any game is more approachable than Death Stranding. That's not to say Death Stranding isn't fun. Yeah, I guess like they both have that problem. I don't know what the better choice would be between saying what should be a game of the year, Silksong versus Death Stranding 2. Honestly, I think I would just say Silksong because I feel like that's the game that has the most staying power. I've literally barely heard anybody else talk about Death Stranding 2 specifically over Death Stranding 1. Whereas I've heard virtually nothing about Hollow Knight 1 after this point, whereas Silksong has just kind of redefined a genre which was already redefined by its predecessor. So I feel like Silksong is probably the better option, but to be like, that is not a very fair take at all because I haven't played Death Stranding 1 or 2. If we took Expedition 33 out of the picture, Chadwick, the sheer amount of work that goes into a title like E33 versus Silksong is like an astronomical unit of distance. Not to crap on Silksong, but a well-crafted 2D action platformer versus a whole-ass complete 3D JRPG style game, fully voice-acted and mocapped. If it hadn't stuck the landing, you'd be singing a different song right now. But all things being equal, the size of the task accomplished by Sandfall is just orders of magnitude greater than what was done for Silksong. To be fair, there's the whole phrase of having too many cooks in a kitchen. Expedition 33 may have had the right amount of cooks in the kitchen, but I also think Silksong had the right amount of cooks in its kitchen as well. Their armor broken, but they're not getting hit by this. Do I have something interfering? No. I did mean to test this. This should be on 6. What do I do? Okay, it's already on 6. These have a pretty decent explosion radius. So that kind of synergizes with the repulsion thingy, huh? Alright, so then... that doesn't work the other way around. So the buff has to be active when those explode. Wait, why does that... oh, maybe it was on cooldown. Yeah, Silksong seems like a game you can just pick up and play and have fun. The first Death Stranding had to be played for a long-ass time before anything interesting happened. You didn't play the second one. Chadwick, you haven't played Dark Souls, so you can't comment on it, but it seems like the kind of game that clicks with the player or it doesn't. But like a lot of Kojima stuff, that's kind of his whole shtick. Yeah. I don't know if a game of the year has to be the most approachable game, to be fair. At least for me, but... So maybe I need a direct hit with the grenades to get the things to fall.
Foul creature.
Why did the buff go away so early? It had like 5 seconds and then it was gone. Oh, am I switching weapons? Is that it? No, it's there. That time it was fine. It's already back. So really, I would need to fire a bunch of nades and then press the button before they detonate.
Violence defines you. Now it will end you.
That's that. 10-6. I need the Slum Shack key. Zoink, Scoob! That was mildly terrifying. Hooey! Well, I found that Slum Shack key that I needed. That was pretty cool. I tried blocking. Holy crap, that was half my health. No, I was already weak. How the hell did that happen? Oh, maybe I like clicked away from the boss and just off-screened it. The dangers of borderless window. You got stunned just from that. That works. Wait, can I do Biting Frost on the other thing to consume those? Thanks to that, Horns. Yeah, if a game can't hook you within the first couple hours, you'll lose interest. Too many cutscenes, too much taking away controls, or you just got to play 10 hours before it's good and you're out. I can definitely understand where you're coming from with that. I try to be patient, give things a good college try, but it is really annoying when somebody tells you have to wait X amount of hours for something to get good, even if it's true. Chadwick, you don't have a massive hard-on for Norman Reedus of all people? Or Mads Mikkelsen, Del Toro, that French girl? Norman Reedus is your idol? I don't know what to tell you about that. At the time when Rita signed the initial contract for Silent Hills, it was probably inexpensive to get Norman Reedus. Maybe. Biting Frost. Oh yeah, Bone Shrapnel. That'll be for clear, I guess. Because the other thing should pin things. I don't think I've ever seen anything get pinned by Rain of Blades, though. The pin buildup is probably terrible. It could probably really increase its stun buildup. If there is a way to prolong its duration extremely long, it could be pretty strong. Here it is. I don't think this will work. Has to kill. Nice. Destroying an ice crystal grants skills 1% of the damage gained is cold for 2000 max life of the crystal. Does this create crystals? I don't think so. Oh yeah, I can't put the armor explosion in that, which is sad. The remnant stuff is cool when it works. Could put in another companion. They should have Cillian Murphy go on The Walking Dead as a zombie. That'd be great. Didn't they finish The Walking Dead? It'd be a crossover event, like when the dude from The Survivor went on the Beast games. Chadwick, 2 things we couldn't pay you to care less about. Having a crossover. Media spot of the century. Ready for the slam. There was a way to knock back bosses. Why are these not actually being knocked back? I guess the question is there a way to chain armor explosions into armor explosions and consume it? So I need a 3-parter? No, armor explosion should deal... No. Yeah, that's the problem. So Herald of Thunder could cleanse it. But wouldn't apply another armor break. Unless we can get one hit, remove, and then another hit to apply. 1, 2, 3? No. Can this work? Armor explosion plus... Rook.
I take you.
Wait, this is working fine. 7. It's not starting off... Okay. So if I have a way to prolong this duration, I can have 100% uptime? There's no way, right? Skill effect duration, area of attacks, skills lose combo slower. %16 skill effect duration. With companion stuff. These nodes don't really help me that much. Those ones would be what I want. Buffs on you expire 10% slower. Okay. I'm not using the companion nodes right now.
Primitive creature.
I know it's really late. But that's part of the joy of testing, staying up way too late.
Quickly. Let's try something different.
Oh man, I don't want to get rid of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is there anything else? Cooldown recovery rate. Oh yeah, we could go for it both sides. Run and gun could be nice to have with this as well. All right, we have cooldown 7.69, duration 6.75. Right now they're kind of reversed. 658, 776. No, it works. Okay, so you can have 100% uptime on this. I don't know why I thought the buff only started at the end of this. Okay, this is exciting. This is exciting. Which you might not really seem that exciting, but... Okay, that actually enables a lot. Armor piercing rounds is going to be the way to go. Fork ricochet multi-shot. I don't need knockback. Those are fine, I think. Actually, do I need them? Yes. Exploit weakness, I will not need. This one can be the armor breaking thing. Rook smelted dealt it. Maybe I should just use all damage things. Well, I guess it procs. Well, we'll see. This will probably be good for clear. Uh-oh. Hopefully I don't break the game.
I cannot.
For that horns, your favorite role from Cillian Murphy was in Charlie's Angels? Who's Jimmy? I think Chadwick's talking about the Jim Cramer ad, which is annoying. Meow, he got no liquidity, but he got 10 hits on blotter. That's a word I would have liked to have forgotten.
I hate you.
We could do chaining shenanigans with this as well.
It pains me to stand against
Not
one
yet.
of my own. I'm unable. End this foolishness.
Could be running shard scavenger with this, but kind of thought I didn't need it.
Yield.
You'd assume Jim Carrey? That's kind of what I thought at first. No, but earlier in the stream, Chadwick had talked about seeing a bunch of Jim Cramer ads. Alright, let's go to a map. I was doing tier 6s the other night with this character. Oh, this gear is absolutely terrible for it. Does anything break if I take these off finally? No. Although these are probably better than what I had. These boots are terrible. I need the umbilicus. Your life flask applies to minions. Minions can't die while affected by the life flask. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, non-unique. No, this is fine. Not use life flasks. Non-unique life flasks apply their effects constantly. Oh, life flasks not be applied to anything other than you. I thought about it. I was like, you could get infinite life flasks and then keep this thing going. Your minions will never die. You can use that on the boss minions. Not enough for these. Okay. 35 is left. $80. This is 45. Don't need much more spirits to be able to have both companions up. I don't think I have that node active right now, actually. Wait, why can't I use this? It's only 35, right? Why is this not working? I have the spirit. This only costs 30. I have 35. I think I had this issue before as well. This shouldn't do any pin. Don't really feel like dealing with it right now, though. Does this actually chain? I don't think it does chain. This is probably dumb, and it's late. Maybe I don't go on that one. Nobody references Jim Belushi. I wonder why. Holy lag, Batman.
Not yet.
Killing my frames. Guys, I don't even do that much damage. Okay. But what is it? How are they exploding so hard is my question.
I cannot.
Is it the repulsion? Uh-oh. It's fine. Wasn't that fine? Maybe it's the companion that was killing them?
Not yet.
I think it was the companion. Frozen.
Not yet.
Okay. My defenses are too trash. What is... Oh, God. No wonder. I literally have negative resistances. This is my problem. So my damages might be fine, but if I just get instantly frozen and obliterated, that's not good. I don't think my damage is fine based off that one rare, but
Not yet.
I could just use shock burst rounds, can't I? Oh my god, how come I haven't been using shock burst rounds? I knew I had that thought a long time ago.
I'm unable. Not yet. Not yet. Misguided travels.
Lightning storms, that's a little rough. When you have -11 lightning resist. There we go. Why OBS? Why? Is that what it is? I think I figured it out. Okay. I was hitting shift. Oh wait, control is for this. Okay, I'll need to fix that. Why did the buff not stay active? Maybe I got light stun during the animation. I guess that's kind of the drawback of it. The cast iron. That's a little bit rough.
Meet the dreamer.
Wait, that did hit multiple times? What the hell?
Not yet.
No.
Disloyal dogs.
I cannot.
And once we figure out how to scale this up properly, that'd be pretty damn good. I might not need so much ward on my chest. Might not need so much ward in general. Anyway, guys, I'm super tired, so we're going to go ahead and call things there for the night. Thanks for sticking with me while I was doing a bunch of the skill interactions testings. I appreciate it. Hopefully, we'll catch you on the next one. I might do another Path of Exile stream tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be doing Mass Effect really soon here. Just depends how everything goes. So, hopefully, I'll catch you on the next one at 10 p.m. as per usual. Till then, take care. Stay safe. Last Protagonist out.